Good morning, everybody. I still exist. I do still exist. Oh, let's see. Where was I? I forgot what I was working on the last time I was in here. It's only a few hours ago, but I forgot what I was working on. Nope, not that one. Somewhere around here. That's the vehicle I'm looking for. That's the one I was looking for. Alright. Sounds like the sound's coming through. I hope. I hope. Let's check. I hope. Yep, okay, good. I didn't screw it all up. It's been a while. How's it going, D-Man on Ice? How are you this morning? I could have sworn I picked all this stuff up. Did I not? Or did I just miss it all? I must have just missed a bunch. That's gotta be what it was. I could have sworn I picked all this stuff up once already. Alright, that's good to hear. All these little tiny rocks. Best kind of morning. Well, hopefully my back holds out on me so I can actually sit here for a bit. I think that was all the little bits I was missing. Oh, no. There's a piece in the field here. I'm gonna say that was all of it right there. Just those few pieces I missed. I've been very busy. You started working on Uncharted last night yourself? Yeah, it's an addiction. It has definitely become an addiction. Actually, as a matter of fact, I need to... That's what I was doing when I got off earlier. I was parking this so I can go pick up my new combine to finish. I got a field ready to harvest. I have a field I need to go harvest. I need a low loader. This one here. Ooh. Navy. With a red. Yeah, I like that. Ooh, I missed my turn. I missed my turn. Over the river and through the woods. under? There's an unfold option. Guessing this is just to unfold that. We'll see how well the combine fits on it. I don't think it's going to fit too well. But somebody else was using this trailer and they said they liked it, so let's see. This trailer's not going to work well, I don't think. It is not wide enough. Yeah, she's not sitting on there too well. And I'm betting it's probably not going to stay on there very well either. What else did I have for low loader? I had this one here. Main color. I'll go nitro blue, design that. Function. I'll go wides, dovetails, gooseneck. I think this one might actually work better. That one might work better. Buy this one too. Because at least that one has the extendable sides. And I think with the fifth wheel option, or gooseneck, it will hook to the fifth wheel on this thing. One can hope it will. Perfect. I'm betting it's going to fit better on that trailer. Oh yeah, she fits better on that trailer. That'll work. Search. Flatbed? Is that what it's under? Nope. Alright, garage. Search. Low. There we go. Should make it there in one piece. Keyword. It certainly likes to move around on that trailer. It made it. That's all that matters. I'll take it. I don't even remember what this field is. I just know it was ready for harvesting. Oh, clover. This is going to be a lot of windrow. Morning, Bodine. Cowboy Mike's, how are you guys? That's going to be a lot of grass. Oh boy. Yeah. I forgot I planted clover in this field. Oy vey. I'll be harvesting grass for a while. That'll give me a chance to test a theory I have. Curious if I can actually TED that and get hay off, or not hay, but yeah, hay off it, and grass at the same time. Two birds with one stone, as they say. Well, good morning, NBC. You have yourself a good day. Well, that's not good there, cowboy. My lovely field on the side of the river here. See if I can manage to get past these trees without clipping one of them. Get past these trees here. Hopefully if I do a headland, the worker can take over and manage the rest of it. I might have to get courseplay put back in. Because I have some weird shaped fields. But I like the rivers and stuff, so I wanted to keep them. Keep the fancy rivers and the terrain. What else did I have planted? I had coffee up here. That was millet. Yeah, millet over there. I think I need to plant some barley or something like that. Should look and see what I've got to get for... yeah, I got to get some sheep. So I've got a field there I got to plant. I'll start prepping for sheep. That's a lot of grass. Alright, we'll see. A worker should be able to take care of this field. So you have that, Mr. Worker Guy. Take that off of there. Animals. Where did it? There. Right in front of my face. Sheep enclosure. They need clover, barley, soybeans. Alright. I don't have any soybeans growing, but I can take care of that. I need a wheat or a barley. Or is that millet? That's millet, isn't it? No, that's not millet. That's rye. Rye. I'll have to plant a rye field. Time to experiment. Theoretically, this should work. Oh, it will. Perfect. Solve my hay debacle all at once. Yeah, that'll work. Pick up half the field as grass, half the field as hay. Done deal. That'll work just fine. You can put that away. Grab my trailer. The trailer over here ready to go. There we go. Somewhere over here is another tractor. Alright. I need seed. Run over, grab some seed quick. And this is going to be... Oh, let's do rye. If I can find it. Ah, I passed it. Dang it. Want to buy back button. Makes life so much easier if I did that. Top this off with some seed. Ow. we go. Take my little road here. Turn on the old auto width there. Down, down. Back that off. There we go. Something like that. I love it when I can plant a product and not have to worry about fertilizing because I've over-fertilized in the previous crop. Always nice. Of course, my soil types up here don't allow me to actually get a great yield off anything. But I'll take it. I kind of like the property. Lift the plow up. Or the planter, I should say. Ow. That didn't feel great. Did I miss another rock in the field? I did. It's like these things are just appearing out of nowhere. I ran through the field like 4 times. Ever since Dave adjusted the sizes down, it's hard to see them. Very hard to see them. I'll make do, I guess. I should be able to avoid the tree at the other end of the row. I hope. Uh-huh. I think so. Hard to say at this point. Well, thank you, Bodine. Yeah, I tucked it into the woods. I put a little pond behind it. As soon as I get this field started... Oh, hello, kitty. My cat has now come to bully me. We'll see how this goes. Don't judge me because I had the door shut. Cats, I'm telling you what. I love them, but they can be very judgmental and mean. Opens my door, lets all my nice warm air out. Glares at me and then drives off. Or walks off, rather. Such a mean cat. empty the clover. I'll do that in just a minute after I set a worker off on this. And while the workers are dealing with all this, I can show you guys around a little bit. Show you what I've been up to. And of course I gotta go pick up the rock in the field before I run into it. If I can find it again. It's down here somewhere. Come on. Run, little guy, run. There's the rock. I can see it. Little piece of stone. This up over here. There, drop that in there. Empty out the combine quick. Come on. Combine's not emptying very quick. Needs to hurry up. You empty yet? Hurry up. There we go. Alright. Now, as you can see, I'm down here on 36 and 31, 32 and 37. I got a field up over here. I cut out those trees there for that field. I have my workshop, wash bay, silo. I have cows over here. I'm going to be putting in sheep down over here, as well as some... I'm going to try and tuck the sheep into these trees here some. And then I'll put in some sheds for the equipment so I can start putting the equipment away. I'll probably add some sheds in this area here. Got my house tucked into the back here with my little pond. Put some decorative trees around the pond, made it look all nice and pretty. Like I said, the interior of this house is the same as the one on Johnson Farm in PV County. Because you've got the garage through here. This one has working lifts in it though. But otherwise it's the same as the house from PV County. Just done up with a different texture. So I like it. Obviously I've got the field here. This was one long strip of a field that I've extended. As soon as I harvest again, I'm going to plant this all in with something different. I don't know what I'm going to plant here yet. Got to figure that out later. I have my sawmill. 4X sawmill set up with the pallet factory, planks, paper, and chipboard factories. Stone crusher, 2 diesel makers, composter, sorter, seed and fert. The Goldmaster has... I've got to wait for the Goldmaster to empty so I can move it. I'm going to shift it back this way some so that it doesn't block the roadway. This is where I've got my temporary smelter and concrete plant for the time being. I have my explosive shack. I have the 3 different orchards and the 2 greenhouses. Down the long road. This is going to be my shopping center area. I've got the Subway in, I have the McDonald's in. I'm going to add in several of the other stores in this area here. The hardware store I might move a little bit, or it may stay there, I don't know for sure yet. Applebee's I will be moving so it's not tucked back into that corner anymore. It's going to come back over this way somewhere. I have the Pioneer sell point here in the woods. If you follow the road around, I made this nice big raised parking lot for the Home Depot. Complete with parking lot lines, fencing, lights. I'm actually going to be cutting out the trees in this corner here along this area, and I'm going to extend all of this out over here, and the Aldi sell point is going to go up over here. I think that'll look kind of neat. And then obviously follow the road. The road pitched really badly right to left, and I tried my best to smooth it out, flatten it some. It came out alright. And you come down to this end. This is going to be the large concrete factory. I have 3M and drywall. I'll be putting in the steel factory over here somewhere. I'm not sure where exactly yet. I have to empty this sorter and then it's going to go out. It's going to leave here. These will be leaving once they're empty. I'll be moving those. I fenced around the store area. Decorated it a little bit with some additional pieces. The BGA here is going to get redesigned. It's going to shift this way here towards this corner. It will also be fenced in and have a little neat look to it. It'll probably enter somewhere over here, and then you'll exit over here, which I think will look alright. And then I'll be putting in some sheds over here. This is going to be grass working fields. I'm actually going to plow them, plant them with grass once I get rid of all these stones. And this will be, I might draw a line right through here, either this way to connect, or this way to connect, and then one side will be grass, the other side will be maybe corn or something like that for silage. I might do, with the intention of supplying the BGA with silage. More for a, I guess you could say, a role-playing aspect than anything. The BGA thus would be powering my manufacturing center. And then I'll be picking a spot on the map somewhere for, I'm not sure exactly which one of these yet. I'm going to do probably the brewery and maybe the Pepsi factory. Or the vodka factory. It's going to be 2 of these 4 factories. I just don't like the whiskey, so really 2 of these first 3. I'll also be having to put in the dairy and the butcher, as well as the flour factory and the textile factory at some point. And the sugar factory. Not really going to worry about Cargill, but I will be trying to find a spot to fit these in at some point. They're just rather large factories that I don't know where I want to put them yet. That's kind of my goal, is to break things up, and I'll have my farm down here in this area. I'll probably continue the farm a little bit to this section of 37 over here on the other side of the river. And then I might put the manufacturing of the food items maybe over in this area somewhere. So I'd kind of create a loop around this way. It's all thoughts at this point. I'm not sure exactly where I'm going to take it, but I've already started buying quite a bit of land, so if I did kind of do maybe down in this way 30, 35, and then a block of 4 here, and then like 38 to connect, or maybe even this block of 4, 34 through 40, and 33, I can kind of make a loop out of it. We'll have to see how it all turns out. It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. Normally, I'm never that, like, artistic-y with anything. Yeah, you know the word I'm thinking of. I just kind of stick stuff in places and call it good. But Dave's given us all these nice, great little features to be able to make a map out of, and the bug hit me, so to speak. Now I can't seem to help myself. See, I've taken out 3,646 trees, and that doesn't include the ones that were on plot 32 that I took out with a Trex early on. That was another 1,400 trees. So really that number should be close to 5,000. Over 5,000 now, I think. Which kind of defies logic, really. I never thought I'd ever cut that many trees down on a piece of property. Thank you, Sally Sal. And thank you for that follow as well. Like I said, it's Dave's fault. He gave us all these nice things to be able to do. I wasn't even planning on really doing anything with it, and then he gave us the roadways and stuff, and I just got a vision in my head and went crazy. Also, for anybody playing this map that hasn't already found it yet, the No Man's Land Placeable Pack by Alien Jim on the in-game mod hub has, let's see, get past the more trees here. So AJ Tech, it comes with this bridge, the beach tents, camping tents, the factories and ruins, all these different fences, houses, apartments, offices, all these rocks and barrels, and all these decorative items, including cars you can park in your parking lots to make it look like there's people, you know, vehicles on the map, even abandoned equipment. All of this stuff is in that shed pack. All the little industrial buildings. And then you get to some of these back here. I think there's even more in the miscellaneous category. There's some crazy number of items that he's got in here. Get past this. Yeah, so extra greenhouses, the sawmill, lights, straw barns, little stands, workshop, selling station, and industrial selling station. It's full of stuff that can really help bring your vision about on the map. See, he even has a BGA with a digestate and silos. Different sell point silos that you can add in wherever. And I think too he has some. Yeah, see, he's got this old bale shelter, the rundown shelter, the warehouse, all in that pack too. Alright, Bodine. I mean, this is a fairly good size. Where am I? You can see here, it's a fairly good sized little shed. So maybe it can help spark that creativeness in people. Seems to have hit me. Is it really only 8 o'clock in the morning? I've been up since like 1:30. Throws my whole time schedule off.
Are you there, Darius?
I am here, X-Man.
Oh, you streaming?
I am, for a change.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll see how long the back holds out.
All right, now I have to pull up your stream here. I didn't expect you to be streaming.
Yeah. I've been back and forth on getting back to streaming some, and at least the medication's helping enough that I can still sit at the computer for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And still clearing more trees. Plot 6 can get purchased. Nice. It's good to hear, Sally.
Pull your stream up.
I've been very busy with mine. I figure at this point I've decided I'm going to enter Dave's little contest with the SGA members, and if I streamed a little bit, it might get some sway some public opinion in my favor.
Yeah, I'm working on mine, that's for sure.
Oh, I've gone crazy. I can't use my garage list anymore. I had to get that shop search feature.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've got so many fences and everything now into my.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to get that mod. I haven't found that one yet.
Billy had linked it yesterday. I can send it to you later if you need.
Yeah, I'll ask Billy for it in the stream later. I'm streaming later anyway, so.
Yeah, it's very handy because if you look at my garage, I've got all of this stuff, but eventually I'll get to the fence section, and I literally will be scrolling through fences for like 20 minutes because I've got so many placed.
Oh, maybe I'll go earlier today too because I just got rained out again. It wasn't supposed to rain, but now it's just pouring out. No fishing this morning, so I'm gonna go out to breakfast in about an hour, and then I'll probably start early today since mine normally start at like 4:30, 5 o'clock. Maybe I'll do a 3 or a 2 o'clock start.
Yeah.
Go till 7.
There you go.
So
They're not too bad, Sally. I don't have any loans. I don't have any leased equipment. My property maintenance, I think, is maybe 3,000 a day now. Though that was before I went crazy this morning adding a bunch more stuff to the map. So, eh. I know it was only around 1,800, I think, for the land. Might have been a little more. Or the buildings, I should say. Oh, that's right. This particular one can't go through vehicles. Oops. I'm so used to all these pieces of equipment that just like phase through things when they're stretched out.
Nice.
I didn't even think about it. That should be... I'll do one more row of hay. And I'll leave the rest as grass windrow. Maybe. That's a lot of grass. No, I'm going to do 2 more rows of hay. That's a lot of grass windrow. Clover, I tell you.
Thank you, Billy. I figured it wouldn't take long before he got to me.
Is he lurking or something?
I don't know. All I know is I got a whisper.
must be lurking around or something. I see how it is, Billy. I see how it is. Oh, he's eating. Gotcha. Yeah, there's Billy.
Hey, I
There's Billy.
survived from my Ghost Pepper and Carolina Reaper Sloppy Joe last night.
You survived. That's good. Thank you, Billy.
No, thank you, Billy. I rarely have to search for much if somebody's online and I need something.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and search for that mod Dave was talking about last night. I don't like the unit convert because I don't like the, when it changes all the weights around and it messes with my head and I don't like it.
Oh.
But the other one that he was mentioning from Thunder, the CX, whatever it was, so you can see the like equipment that you're using when it needs to be repaired. Gotta go empty off my clover again. Oop, I almost missed. I forgot how far this one sticks out and empties. Yeah, my brain hurt at 1:30 this morning, so it was hard to Google things.
Your brain hurt.
Or I should say my brain couldn't think past the pain in my back when I woke up at 1:30 this morning.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, we had to have unit converter. Did Dave ever put that in here? Because I thought we needed unit converter, that other one, to get the names underneath it. It must be part of the pack.
I think that's part of info menu or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he put that in the pack now, so.
Yeah, all I know is like I'm changing between the vehicle and the trailer and it doesn't move my maintenance bar at all. Like it was doing for Boom.
And there's a way to change unit convert too. I gotta go back to his and get it. I can change it so it doesn't show. You can have it show leaders and stuff. So.
Yeah, I mean I had it for a little while and I never really messed around with it. I just
like it, and then I don't like it. I love the fact that it's in American, but nothing else is. So it's just like,
Exactly. It was like, all right, this is cool. It's in, pounds and gallons and whatever else,
but
and it's like,
your
that's cool.
prices, but the prices aren't in that. So it's like,
Yeah, the prices stayed in liters, and then I'm sitting back going like, well, how much do I really have on here? And it hurt my head to sit there and try to convert things when I was looking at, is it worth selling this, or should I hold on to it, or yeah.
correct.
So I ended up getting rid of it. But I do remember I thought there was a way that you could stop it from converting and just leave it in liters. Maybe I'm thinking of a different mod too, I don't know. I did end up
I'll
on a
go.
hiatus for a while, if you recall.
Well, yeah, you did. You were suffering, so you know I can understand that. I was too until they dry needled me. I told you how bad my freaking arm hurt, and after he did that dry needling, it got better over a course of a couple days, and now it's like it never even happened.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what's going to happen Monday. I go in and they're supposed to be doing the medial nerve block in my back to see if it helps me get back some mobility, lessen the
Did
pain.
did you be able to get on disability or not?
They denied me. To
What?
Oh yeah, they denied me. Their reasoning being that it has to be something that's going to last at least a year's worth of time. And they also said that given my limitations, they said I should be able to go back to doing my FDA compliance job for the company I'm no longer welcome back at because the owner's kind of a, well, put it this
Yeah,
way,
I gotcha.
when I left, he said you're never welcome back because it was the
Oh, that's
second time I'd left. It's like I left in 2012 because it's the only company I'd ever worked for. I ended up coming back in 2014, and then I left in 2018. I gave them a 2-week notice and stayed on for 3 months until they hired somebody for me to train. And I'm not welcome back at the company. It's like, seriously, dude. Whatever.
that actually might have changed now. It might have changed because they probably need people like everybody else does.
Yeah, the owner of the company though, I never want to go back to that place.
Oh, that bad, huh?
There's a reason that he's facing 2 lawsuits right now. One
Oh,
from former employees concerning the ESOP that he violated, and one from the federal government.
oh, that's not good.
Yeah. So it's like
So yeah, I can see that. That's not good.
I want no part of going back there.
Yeah, I see that.
Well, when I left in 2012, they mishandled my ESOP when I left, and how's it going, G-Man 131? Uh, Essentially, what ended up happening was the he bought the company out from the previous owner, and the way the ESOP was supposed to be done is the valuation was based off of a third party valuation from a private company, or based off the value of the company if it were to sell. So if the company sold for $10 million and there's 50,000 shares, do the math, that's what the share price is.
Hmm.
And what ended up happening was he bought the company from the previous owner and misrepresented how much he paid for the company. So the valuation was done off of his misrepresentation and not the actual value of the company. And thus, when they did the share price, the share price was valued wrong.
That sucks.
And yeah, basically, the employees lost out massively in the price of our shares.
Hmm.
Really? It just reset my hay with tiny little bit of grass. I hate it when it does that. Picking up the hay and you catch just a little piece of grass or something, and next thing you know, it resets the entire trailer of...
Right.
I lost like 70,000 liters of hay. Or more.
Wow.
Oh well. There's plenty of windrow in this field. I'll be fine. I'll just plant it with clover again if I have to. But suffice it to say, the other way they kind of did me over was if you left and it wasn't at the end of the calendar year, your account was put into sort of an escrow account, if you will, where you would be paid out 80% of the value based off of the most recent stock price. The remaining 20% of your account was held in escrow until the new valuation if you'd gotten participation for that year, which I had when I left. And what they would do, or what they were supposed to do, is if the stock price went up, they took your original account balance. Say your account balance was 1,000 shares. Even if I've been paid out the 80%, they would readjust the value for that 1,000 shares to the new share price, and then pay me out the balance. If the stock price went down, your 1,000 shares were to be revalued based off the new price, and then that 20% was used to pay back the difference, and if there was a balance left over, you'd get the balance. That's how it was supposed to work. Well, when I left, they paid me out my 80%, and then when the valuation came in, there was a massive jump in the stock price that didn't jump near like it was supposed to because of the misrepresentation of the sale price. And what ended up happening was they didn't give me the boost to the 80% I was already paid out. So I got not only done over with everybody else on the company about the share price being wrong, but they also didn't revalue my account like they should have. Dirty math based off of the values of what I had when I left the company. They did me in to the tune of about $340,000.
Ooh.
Uh-huh.
That's a lot.
Well, because when he bought the company, they had he claimed that he paid $4.5 million or something like that for the company, and then he claimed because of the way the sale price or the sale went, they had to disband the ESOP, and he strong-armed people into selling their shares back, even though he didn't actually have to disband the ESOP.
Mm-hmm.
And the tactics he used is one of the reasons why the feds are investigating him, because of he was threatening people's jobs and stuff like that if they didn't sell back the shares.
Oh, that's, yeah, not good.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, just a whole slew of things that were like, alright, this is kind of sketchy, guy. But on top of all of that, come to find out that it wasn't $4 million he bought the company for. It was $42 million he bought the company for. So
That's a big difference.
yeah, at $136 a share, add a zero as to what the share price should have been.
That is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Because technically it was buying it from you guys.
Well, we only owned 49% of the company.
Oh, okay.
And that's where like that's where the issues begin. Yes, he technically bought the 51% from the owner. Again, at way more than he claimed to have bought the company at.
Yeah, but that should have been all documented with the government. You can't just buy companies without them knowing. I mean, that's
Well,
probably why he's,
he was the president of the company, buying it from the owner of the company, and they'd worked together for several decades and kind of made a backroom deal out of it. So yeah,
Hmm.
it should have been documented with the government, but what ended up happening was he paid on paper X amount, and the money, the guy that backed him with the money for it all, made a backroom payment to the owner for the other amount to try and skirt the to try and skirt the government. Let's just say there's probably going to be some people going to jail when the dust settles.
Hmm.
But even still, the whole basis of my disability was that I could go sit in a computer chair for 8 hours a day. Well, actually, 9 plus a day, and all of that at a job that I used to do. And it's like, yeah, but I told you that most days, a couple of hours in the chair, and I'm like done in. No company's going to keep me hired on if I'm like, all right, well, half a day I can't sit here anymore. I've got to go home. Or I wake up in the morning and can't function and can't go into work. How many times is that going to take before they say, we're going to have to let you go? So I've got a lawyer acting on my behalf now in the appeal process, and we'll see what happens, I guess.
That's just crazy about the disability.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
So yesterday, if anybody heard from Dave's stream though, anybody go back and watch The Hunt after I told them to? It's on HBO, but it is really good.
I've got HBO. I'm gonna have to check that out at some point.
You have to. You will be amazed. It kind of looked like
Ow.
silly when I read the description, and then how it was really good.
Hmm.
It was so
Yeah, I'll
good I
have
had
to
to get
check it
out of
out.
chat because I wanted to watch it.
Garage search. Low loader. No, it's not in there. Oh, Fummins! Thank you for that resub. 8 months in a row. Apparently it's been that long already. Wow. I didn't think it had. Versatile. There it is. Versatile transport trailer. Trailers in this game are useless. I really hope that's one of the things that they've done that's kind of behind the scenes and they haven't mentioned anything about it yet, is making it so like trailer physics are better. You know, you're not getting this really bad vehicles sliding around on the trailers and stuff like that. They'll lock in better. Otherwise, I'm going to find myself putting a lot of vehicles in like editor and adding strappable points to them. This worker is useless. Keeps missing all these little bits. Excuse me. Had cereal for breakfast and it's not sitting well with me.
Ugh.
It was tasty at the time, but now it's not
What
liking me very
what
much.
what kind of cereal was it?
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Yeah, I wonder.
It's my favorite kind of cereal. Well, second favorite, but I'm the only one in the house that would eat my favorite cereal, so my wife doesn't buy it.
Oh, that's not fair.
Well, I'm also one of those people that I'll only get cereal. I'll only eat cereal on a very rare occasion.
Oh, so that I gotcha.
Yeah, like I mean, if she picked me up a box of my cereal, I might finish the box before it goes bad, or I might have two bowls and then not eat any of it again for, you know, 6 months or more.
I
In which
gotcha. I
case, the
gotcha.
cereal's definitely no good at that point. So, yeah. But my one of my absolute favorite cereals is Kix.
Oh, my kids love Kicks. We used to get them all the time when they were little.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's just something about it. I've always liked that cereal. And yes, Fubbins, I would say it's rude, but I've been married almost 20 years, so she just well, she can get away with it at this point. We'll say that.
That's a good comeback.
I mean, she could probably even claim I deserved it, and I'll have done something somewhere that she's not wrong. We'll put it that way. Now I've got to go get my truck and empty that thing out. Yeah, Bodine, I haven't had it in quite a while either. I kind of miss it. Oh, I gotta put a fan in the door or something. It's getting warm in my closet. Especially with the computer in here. It's definitely gonna be one of those stay inside type of days though. I got weather alerts this morning for bad air quality from the wildfires. Guessing those are probably the ones in Canada, but yeah, finish emptying so you can carry on doing your thing while I run around and do other stuff. What's the latest version of Courseplay that you're using there, X-Man?
Oh, right now I have '04. I should see if there's another one.
Because it's been forever since I've messed with getting a version of Courseplay. So 04.
'04 was the one I have, but I'm gonna double check that. Let's see what we got. Course play. There's another Nope, they're to 5. 3 days ago. Did I? I didn't. I don't think I've done it. So let me look and see what they did to it.
Oh, excuse me.
What did they change? Adding driver mode settings.
I think I'm gonna wash
Added
my
more
truck
of
and. Go ahead.
adding adds more available helpers than 10.
I think if you get to a point where you've got 10 workers with Courseplay and your system isn't lagged out, then just deal. That's kind of that's a lot of workers.
You think?
Yeah, I guess Jababo can go have like a dozen more kids.
Right?
There were very, very few times I've ever wanted to have more than like two vehicles working in conjunction on a field, and even then, I've never had enough fields to warrant needing that many workers.
Oh, I've had. You've seen mine. I mean, it wouldn't. when I start harvesting, when I have a lot of fields and I have 3 harvesters going, it doesn't take long before you have over 10. And I never had an issue because most of it was auto drive. So
Yeah, I managed to find this yesterday. It's basically the Johnson farmhouse with different
where'd you finally find the house at? I mean,
this was on fs19mods.com. It was EMR, I think.
hmm
Reskin. So it's got the wood texture to it, but it's
hmm
basically Johnson Farm. I mean, it's got the working. I don't know if that actually worked. It hooks up at all or not, but
Nice.
it's got the working vehicle lifts. So
I don't know too many houses that have a lift in it, but yeah.
it's it's all right, cool. I put a little pond in the backyard, decorated it up some. But when you go inside, it's like, yep, that's the Johnson farmhouse. It's got a different, textures and stuff, but I think more artwork on the walls. But otherwise, yeah, it's the farm from county. It's like, that's cool. Doesn't play the Baby Shark song though, so we're good.
hmm
Yeah, see, I don't have Facebook though, Billy, so I can't do that. And then I gotta actually start building some of these factories now. I put them down this morning. I put in the glue, drywall, and concrete factories this morning. A few things to get rid of over here. I fenced in the shop.
Nice.
Put a few vehicles in the parking lot. I'm gonna move the
Nice.
BGA. It's gonna come over here and get done differently.
Yeah, I got to move some stuff that I started out with out of there and put them somewhere else. But
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, I got the little gate on it and stuff. It's kind of cool looking. Big shop from them causes issues. Nice. And then, yeah, this is gonna be like a grass working silage farmyard. I'll put in some sheds or something for the equipment, and the idea being it would supply silage to the BGA for powering the little factory area.
hmm
I gotta I gotta look and see what Dave changed as far as the steel factory goes, because it doesn't look like I remember it being, and I don't want to place it till I know which direction I want to place it in to have it fit the roads.
hmm
And then once this is built, I remember you enter from the side over here somewhere, so I'll stick in the little road once I know where it is. And then up over here, I flatten the road out some. Kind of put the cliff along the edge of it.
Well, that's pretty cool. How you? Yeah, that actually looks really nice.
I got the subway and then McDonald's. Those vehicles from the Alien Gym Pack really do
Yeah.
add something, just being able to stick them around.
Yep, they
It's kind
do.
of cool.
I haven't got that far. I think in between snow showers, maybe I'll be doing a bunch of stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to decide somewhere in here. Originally, I was going to put Aldi in over here, and I did. But when I did that, Aldi has that ramp in the back that goes down into the ground.
You have to put Aldi on a hill.
Yeah, 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 because there was a swimming pool located right about here.
Yes, exactly. You got to raise it up and put it up sort of up a higher,
So,
than the
yeah,
rest of everything.
I'm going to move Applebee's. I'm going to have the road come from here. It actually lines up perfectly right there, so I'm going to have the road come down, over here somewhere, kind of come back this way, probably in this area here. And I'll put a few things on this side, a few things on this side here. I have Pioneer in the background here. And then what I'm going to do is, over here where I've got the Home Depot, I'm going to clear out this area, flatten it out, and I'll put Aldi back here, where it'll be up on the hill. But, yeah, this took a long time. I was probably 3.5 hours flattening, painting, placing the fence, the lights. I actually managed to get pretty close to having like parking lot lines just by alternating back, or just by skipping a couple of spaces and putting another line down on the ground. I wanted to put some of these vehicles on the edge, but because of the placement area, it doesn't like the big drop off here, so it wouldn't let me place them. So I just kind of stuck them in over here so as not to block the trigger. But yeah, it's getting there. I think I'm gonna probably do over in here somewhere, depending on the mountain range. I'll probably buy some of these properties to do like the beverage factories that I want to do and stuff. So it'll space them out a little bit from the rest. Cause I own all those already. What was I at? 3,646 plus 1,400 that were cleared off of plot 32 at the Trex. 5,000 trees. It's craziness. The cows. I can't wait for 22 with the animals.
Well, I want to see what they do first. I mean, we haven't even known what they're really officially doing. I mean, let's see, if Dave is right or not.
Well, I mean, let's face it, the fact that they'll actually even run around in the area, in the pen area.
Yeah, true. We did see that. You're right, 100%.
You know, there's a lot more changes to the animals than just that. So,
Yep.
I'm excited for the animal changes, whatever they are. I mean, they're poking fun at their whole helper system, and there's now a whole menu dedicated to AI helpers. You know, they've made some significant changes there.
Yeah, exactly. So, I'm just wondering if the AI stuff will be, and I'm calling it first, like the fences. If you can lay out a course by just using that tool, instead of driving it or whatever, you just lay out that tool like you did with a fence, and you lay out a line.
Yeah.
This is where I want you to go, or this is the,
Or
I don't know.
Or even something similar to course play, where you can say, okay, this is the field boundary, lay out the course play, and away you go.
Yep.
We've already seen them hire Yoss from Realismus and everything else. What's to say they haven't taken on some of the whole course play bit to go that route? Cheating like X-Man. Cheating like X-Man.
Wow, John, what are you... No, I do not use that cheat. That is like boom cheat. Sorry, there's a difference between my cheating and boom cheating.
That's
boom
right.
makes unrealistic versions of stuff. I still can't get over the backwards plow, but that's just me.
Yeah, see, I don't do the backwards plow thing. I have that plow, but I use it in the correct direction, and it's only for making my field edges.
31 miles an hour, I don't do any of that. I don't go out of my speed for farm equipment. See, that's just... No.
I've never messed with the speed on this thing, to be honest. It's just... I picked it up because it was...
Well, it's a cheaty mod.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, it is. It is. I'll admit this thing feels cheaty. But I've never made any changes to it. It's just, this is how it was. Yes, Bodine. It's looking like Gamescom will be the next big bit of news. Um, I know we were talking with Terminator a little bit last night.
He can
Um,
stream it. I think we got to go to their website and sign up, though. I think that's
yes,
what he said.
yeah. Anybody that is a content creator can go to the Gamescom website and sign up to restream it.
Hmm.
But he's not. Terminator was not sure of the um how much Giants was actually going to be doing there. If they were going to have panels, like was it going to be just one panel or a panel each day, or what the scheduling was for the Giants part of it. So that remains to be seen.
Exactly.
It's in Germany somewhere. Good morning, Memlar.
Amen.
Um, and it's towards the end of August. I'm not sure of the exact timing. I think Terminator said it was like the 20th or something, like 25th maybe. It's about a month away. Alright, so let me see. I just planted millet here. I want to get sheep. Sheep will need... Oh, what else do I need for the sheep? I've got the millet. I'll do soybeans in this field, I guess, because I've got the clover. I've got the grass and the hay. That's not a big deal. I'll have plenty of that by the time I really need it. Yeah, that'll work. So I'll do soybeans in this field next. Let's see what I get from this field. I haven't plowed this one enough to know if there's any hidden goodies yet. It's only my second time plowing this field, so... Clink. That's right, this one I do know is primarily stone.
Hmm.
Lots and lots of stone. Tink, 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 tink. The multiple sounds throws me off now because I'm expecting multiple pieces to come out. But only one comes out, it's just hit the plow 3 times.
I'm debating what I want to get for breakfast this morning. Do I go for an omelet or a skillet? I don't know. So I got a good Mexican omelet, and I'm just I don't know if I want that or not. I think I do.
Good Mexican omelet, huh? The little tiny pieces make it so hard to see some of these things now.
No, I think it's not so bad. Considering when I downloaded, I had stuff on the field. They were like, kind of half buried, but I don't think it's bad now. Once I did it
Yeah.
without stuff I had before.
Yeah, I mean, it just takes some getting used to. You gotta look a little bit harder to make sure you've cleaned up the field.
Mhm.
That's what it boils down to. I do like it in a way, though, because you almost end up with a net lower amount of resources uh, based off of what you used to get,
Mhm.
just because the volumes on them can be a lot smaller now. And I'm
Exactly.
okay with that, especially when it comes to like sand and and some of those things because I had so much sand. It's unbelievable how much sand I had.
Well, see, you started in a sandy area. I started in a stone area. I have a
Yeah,
lot of stone, which is fine because my stone is going into my stone crusher. But
yeah, plot 32 is primarily sand. And I believe plot 31 is primarily salt. This one's primarily stone. 37's kind of like a dud. There was almost nothing on it. I don't have much of 37 plowed right now. You see, I just only have this little tiny corner here. But I will be making another field across the stream in here somewhere. I'll probably make a
mhm.
small field that kind of goes in this area here, something like that. Just some long, skinny, weird field to do something different, and then I'll hopefully get a better idea of seeing what I get off those fields. I've plowed 19 enough to know that I've gotten any of the rare resources off 19 that for collection purposes. So I'm not worried about having fields there anymore. That's why I decided to turn it into a manufacturing area. Excuse me. I know I've gotten everything like rare off of 32, but I've already got the fields there, and those are going to be the fields for the farm, so I'll stick with that. 9
All right,
o'clock.
guys. I'll be back in about an hour or two, depending how long we're there.
Alright there, X-Man. You have
All right.
yourself a good one, and I'll catch you later.
Yep.
Wandering away from the pipe. Come on. Unload. Unload, I say. Unloading. There it goes. Good morning, Jaren. Thank you. It's a start. I still have a lot of plans, but it's become an addiction. 100 holy Jesus, I had like 90 hours yesterday. I swear. Now apparently I've got 115 hours on the map. Hashtag blame Dave. Just something about this style map that makes it so addicting. It's really hard to put it down. Even though I hate like logging, it still becomes such an addiction to deal with, you know? Just something about it. Exactly, Bodine. And that's the great thing is like everybody's got these great ideas and none of them are the same. We've all done it different. I mean, I put a couple hundred hours in on No Man's Land back when I got access to that. It was on console. I was playing that map so much because you just had the freedom to do whatever you wanted to do. And now to have a larger version of that and the freedom to do whatever we want is really just, I don't know, there's something liberating, if you will, about that. Just you're not shoehorned into this is where everything is. You can put things where you want to put them. So, yeah. Uh, I do not have the links for PV Uncharted at the moment, Stairman, unfortunately. I didn't get a chance to go grab those before I streamed this morning. Mainly because nobody else was awake. Billy might be lurking around. And he may be able to give you the links for PV tools. Haven't been back on county. May Betsy and her friends rip. Yeah. See, don't get me wrong. County is a fantastic map. It really is. It's got so much to that map that you can do. But eventually it gets to a point where you like, all you're doing really is playing like American Truck Simulator in farmland. If that makes sense. There's like so many factories that eventually that's all you're doing is you're dealing with factories. And I like that in at least in Uncharted here, you have a lot more freedom to your gameplay. You're not necessarily, you don't have to have the big factories. You don't have to run the factories if you don't want to. You can choose which ones you want. It makes a big difference, just in the overall. I mean, if I didn't want my farm down here, I could go move my farm to anywhere on the map I want, and there's no buildings to get in the way. It's just time clearing trees. Which I spent plenty of time clearing trees. I think I've got almost 30 hours now on my Scorpion King. So, a few. Another stone. Alright, I don't know if this guy's going to be able to, if the worker's going to like the river's edge of this field. So we'll do one more pass along the river. And then I'll set a worker off to plow in this field. See what I get. See if I can't get some more license plates or something. I already got really lucky on the glass bottles. I don't know, just something about the glass bottles. I've had a lot of luck in finding them. I actually got a gemstone this morning that was almost 8,000 liters in the one gemstone because of the new scaling feature. Well, that was really cool. County fits your playstyle best. You've only got about 10 hours on Uncharted and Industries. Yeah, I mean, and some people really do enjoy County. Don't get me wrong, I've got 400 something hours and then some on county. But I like, there's something about Uncharted that I like this playstyle more. Uh, I guess mainly because I can use my artistic license, if you will, and do things like I did with the Home Depot and the other factories and sell points and whatever. I can kind of design them the way I want to design them. It's it's fun. I know I've spent many millions of dollars so far on landscaping and placing buildings. Your artistic abilities must have skipped a generation. Don't worry, Bodine. Outside of this, I can't draw a stick figure, man. You ask me to draw a landscape, and it's gonna be pretty bad. Draw a family portrait. I might get 3 of the stick figures done without them looking funny. But I've been doing things like CAD and messing around with computers and stuff like that since, oh, well, it's been like 24 years. 26 years. This plow's gonna fall apart before I'm finished this field. Jesus. Jiminy Christmas. I bet you already have to repair this plow. Alright, worker time. Now let's see if I can find that plow. No. No. Oh, this might take a minute. Nope, that's the crone. Oh, there it is. It'd be that one. Might as well repair it while I'm in here. Alright, let's go find my other tractor. Nope. There it is. Found it. I'll drop this off over here by the cows. Tuck it in the corner for the time being till I can put in some more sheds for it all. Alright. Auto load is enabled. Set the cruise control and let's go pick up some stuff. See what we get. Lots of stones. Let's see. Did I miss one? I missed one. Back over here. Do. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, this property is almost all stone. I do remember that from the first time I plowed it. Jeez, at this rate, am I going to get anything other than stone? There's already some stuff in here. Small piece of scrap metal. Oh, my stone crusher will be happy with me. Round and around I go. Where I stop, nobody knows. Through the river. Actually, I think it seems like I can put more in the trailer now that Dave adjusted the scale on these things. I might be crazy and just looking too much into it, but it seems like I can actually fit more little items in the trailer now before it gets full. Which on these big fields is nice. I wonder if there's a way to edit your cheaty loading wagon to pick up rocks. It will pick up rocks, I believe, but I don't know if it actually will do it to the extent of the arms. And then I don't know how well it's going to unload that. The reason I like this one is because of the way it unloads. Might as well go empty this out. I've got a ton of stone in it. It skipped little bits. Fertilizer. Honestly, Bodine, I haven't tried it. I do believe it works, though. I just wish this fit inside the stone crusher door, but it doesn't. See, this is why I like this trailer so much for the rocks, because it'll push everything out the back. Yeah, I usually end up running in circles at some point, trying to pick things up. I found if you go too fast, you tend to miss a lot more, so. Jeez, my guy in the tractor can't drive in a straight line. I think I should give him a breathalyzer check. Hey, there's a building there. There's a building there, Chief. Yeah, it's got the auto load enabled. I wonder if the arms will actually count. Let's find out. This is the Bodine test. Oh, it doesn't seem to stretch very far. Nope. Well, that answers that question, Bodine. That answers that question. Alright. I'm gonna leave this tractor right here for a minute. I'm sorry to do this to you guys, but I gotta take a quick break. I will be right back. I am back. Sorry about that, guys. My stomach told me the little boy's room beckoned. There we go. Alright, I need to enable the auto load. Let's see if we can't find us some goodies in the field. I am really liking this. See, this is what I usually do when I'm trying to pick stuff up from the field, because it's so much easier to see where you need to go. Some people might call it cheaty, but it works really well for this. Ooh, I get a red shiny. You guys didn't see that. Really? I like half drove over this rock. That is the thing that sometimes it just doesn't make any sense. You go to pick something up, and you practically drive over it and it won't pick it up. Next thing you know, you're doing donuts in your field. All I gotta say is an agronomist would probably not be very happy with how we treat our fields picking up all these rocks. Because they would not like the amount of compaction on the fields picking up all these little rocks. I think that's most everything picked up now. Yeah, because I already did the loop out this way, if I recall. My brain hurts. Don't mind me. Yeah, I did. I did this loop already. Hey, Mr. Worker Guy, you missed a spot. Get back here. Alright, now see, I know I've already driven past these couple. And they weren't there. I know they weren't there until just now. Nice little ruby. I'll take that. I should check and see if I've got any that can be output at the moment. It is that sorter. Scrap metal is completely full. Games, plates, bottles. I find a lot of bottles. Aquamarines. See, coal is full. Sand is completely full. Stone is almost completely full. I've got to move a bunch of that into my stone crusher soon. I might look at getting one of the other trailers to be able to fit it in the stone crusher. But normally I'll just grab my truck, which is over here somewhere. Where did I leave that truck? That's where I left it. Go over this way. get to the other end of my fields. I'm gonna add a bridge there to get across, I think. Once I finish cleaning the silt out of my river. Is that X-Man leaving, I wonder? That must have been X-Man leaving Discord. I heard the dunk noise. I'll go around this way. It should already be on medium pallets. It is. Oh, that's gonna be in the way. That'll work. Move these out of the way, like that. Did I not turn on super strength this morning? I didn't. Like that. Now I can turn the trailer on. Like so. Back the trailer up. And this button. Always the ones in the front. That works. I have to get a bank truck soon. All those gold jars. Hurry up and empty, you silly thing. Alright. Back in the tractor. We are still auto-loading rocks. We should be good. Let's see what else we might be able to find in the field. Yeah, I don't think there's much in this field other than stone. It appears to be about all there is. Oh, and the occasional ruby. Who else is excited for the new sound effects coming with the next game? Being able to hear the tractors shifting and bogging down as they go up hills and stuff like that. I think that's going to be another one of those minor little changes. I say minor, but it's actually really a major change. They've been working on it forever. You're not getting FS22. I don't buy that, John Seeger. You're telling me you're not going to get another farming simulator game until the sequel to FS22 comes out in, what, 25 maybe? You'll pick it up at some point. There's just too many changes that they've hinted at and only shown parts of, and been very what's the word I'm looking for? They haven't shown everything as a whole yet. So I'm thinking that there's a lot more changes than what they've shown even so far. I'll be interested to see if they start doing the when they start doing the Fact Sheet Fridays, to see all the new equipment coming to the game. I mean, over 400 pieces in the game of equipment in the game at launch. That's quite a bit considering what we've got so far in 19, even with all the DLCs they've given. I've got another bottle. Yeah, I'm excited to see, because they even the animal pens, they only hinted at it. There's like, we've made a lot of changes. We have name brand buildings. Moving on. All right, well, like, what else have you done with the animals? I want to know. I see that cow running through the field, looking all like happy. I'm gonna go eat. Let me run down through the. You hardly play FS19? Yeah. All right. I mean, I guess I can understand if it's not something you play as much, then I could see it. If you don't play FS19, what have you been playing lately? Oh, Grand Theft Auto. Yeehaw! I'm making some money on this field. Getting paid today, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Ranch Sim. Yeah, I watched Dave play Ranch Sim early on when it first came out, but I never really got into playing that one myself. I don't remember if I even picked it up or not. But I remember, and I'm sure there's been a lot of changes to it since, but I remember in the early bit, like, watching Dave do some of the stuff, and it's like it would take you so long to really accomplish anything. It didn't seem like I'd be that into it. So I never really tried it out. Let's see. Did I end up picking it up? Oh, apparently I did. I never even installed it. Or apparently I did at some point and then got rid of it promptly thereafter. Build anywhere. Update live now. Huh. Pig breeding hardware store. Maybe I'll have to go back and check it out. Well, apparently my trailer is full. When you do play, you don't play too long. Only a few minutes or so. Is it just because you've lost interest in the game, or is it lack of certain maps, or did it just grow stale on you? Oh, hey. Hey now. Yeah, you get burned out quick. I can understand that. I can understand that. It happened to me at the end of back in March there. I ended up getting pretty bored of it. Started playing a bunch of other different games, and then of course my back has played havoc on me too, so it's had a pretty big effect on how often I can even be at the computer. I've been pushing myself pretty hard lately, so I'm expecting to be bedridden here for a bit. Even now, it's popping arthritis medication like crazy to try and stay here as long as I have. Oh, son of a gun. Starting to get a migraine now, too. Of course, one of the things that was kind of nice was, let me go over here. Yes, for season 1. Let's see if this will pop up or not. So how many people here play Gold Rush? As recently it came out on consoles, and I spent a lot of time playing Season 1 of Gold Rush on the PlayStation. So much so that there's the Season 1 PlayStation USA results. I didn't even play 2.5 weeks of the season. You've played it on PC? Yeah, I originally heard about the game, loved the idea of the game, and then they teased consoles for like 2 years. And I was like, oh, I'm so gonna get that when it comes out, because at the time my PC wasn't very good. And then I ended up upgrading my PC so I could play the game on my PC. And when it came out on console, I still ended up picking it up and playing it a lot. I think that's all the rocks. I think that's everything. You thought about buying it, but you didn't yet. I will say this. It's a great game if you want to just have... Like, if you want to play something that you don't have to think about it. You feel they dropped the ball on it by not making it multiplayer? Well, it was never intended to be multiplayer. And the way the game is now, like, I can go on there right now, start a claim fresh, and within probably 15 to 20 hours, I've mined out all of the good dirt on that claim. I'm not the fastest at it. I know there's people that can do it even faster than that. But if you were to have multiple people on the game, I don't think there's enough content for it to survive as a multiplayer. Because if you stuck 3 people on a claim, you'd have the entire claim mined out in a couple of hours. Did I just lock them? I mean, I can understand how it would be fun as a multiplayer, but I don't think there's enough content to it. Maybe Gold Rush 2. Maybe they'll add some content to it. Does that look like it's sitting funny? It does look like it's sitting funny for some reason. This thing looks like it's sitting here funny. Alright. I already planted rye, didn't I? Yes, I did. What was I going to plant over here? Soybeans, that's what I was going to put over there. Can I find soybeans? Without going past it 3 times? There it is. Alright, the real question is, what's the pH look like on this field? Alright, it's in good shape. Alrighty. Down, on. Let's get this planted. Should be a big enough field for soybeans, I think. At least enough to cover the sheep for a little while. Let's see. Ban. Bye-bye. Go away. I hate those bots running around everybody's chats. Of course, nobody's on right now, so... I mean, that one didn't even try that hard. A lot of times they come in and they've got all the funky characters to try and prevent the uh, like auto mod from taking care of it. That one didn't even have funky characters or anything. I mean, at least try. How's it going, Team Miller? How are you doing today? Unfortunately, I'm not playing on a server. I did play this on a server for a while, but then I went to my single player game for this. Ooh, I gotta turn the thing on, silly. That's good to hear, T. Miller. I caught a little bit of your stream earlier this morning when I couldn't sleep. Oh, not a problem. I was just sitting here chatting a little bit with Dave and Boom in the early hours of the morning because I couldn't sleep. Like I had like 3 streams open this morning just seeing what everybody was up to. I missed a small strip. Were you planning on going back to Uncharted again soon? Or are you stuck right into Industries over there? Oh, you were on Uncharted this? Gotcha. Like I said, I stopped by briefly and I was bouncing around talking with Dave and Boom and going every which direction this morning, so. I think after this pass, I should be able to set a worker off on this field without any issues, and he won't miss any. Want to buy better worker system. Excuse me. I really like having the field butted up to the edge of the creek there, and I like the way it looks, but boy, I'll tell you, the workers don't like it at all. Alright, I think if I straighten this out right about here. And away we go. I have a cat being silly. Yes, come here, kitty. Steal my chair when I get up. It's not very nice, you cat. I'll remember that later, you know. I can't help it, I'm a cat person. I like my cats. Guess that's why I have 5 of them. Really? Cat came, opened the door, snuck in, saw me for like 2 seconds, walked off, left the room. How rude. How rude. Let's see. Put that back over there, where it belongs. You have 2 Persian cats, 4 now. You had 2 kittens 4 weeks ago. Oh, that's cool. Look like Garfield. Nice. I have a cat that looks just like Garfield too. Named, coincidentally, Darius. Not quite as fat as Garfield, but definitely a big cat. Then my oldest son has a cat that's gray, brown, and white. And she's like a basketball. She's a nice cat, but boy is she fat. He named her Pickles. I don't know. And let's see, we have my wife's cat. He's all black with a little bit of white. And he's named Kiston. And then we have the strays that we rescued. A brother and a sister. They've got to have some Siamese in them, I think, because they're very like lean and skinny in the face. And it's the boy is named Drake and the girl is named Dahlia. And we also have the big black lab too. Let's see, if I go to downloads and I go to here and I go to that. That's my cat Darius. That's my kitty. Alright. While that worker's doing that, I need to come over here. Well, let's take a minute to wash some equipment and move it out of my wash bay. Are you actually washing, or are you just going to stay dirty? Oh, you're actually washing. Okay. You're taking your sweet time. There's that one. This one all washed up. That washed up. Alright, this thing here. I'm going to park in the shed over here. Maki, thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. How are you doing today? I'm doing alright, I guess. Not in too much pain today, so I guess that's a good thing all in all. It's Taco Tuesday. This isn't going to fit in there. Brakes on this combine are not very good. Or hopefully just not the second Monday of this week anyway. Yeah. At least it's not the second Monday. There, that can go there. For the time being. Go dump this trailer out quick. Go dump out this trailer. I can park this trailer quick. I think I've got a little while before that field becomes ready to harvest. Dump all this out. Come on. Trailers. I don't know, maybe I'll look at getting this trailer at some point. It'll still pick things up just fine. At least it's not as tall in the wall. Maybe even this one. We shall see. That can stay there. Run back over the other side of the farm. I think after I harvest these fields, I'm going to paint this road a little bit differently. Instead of using the brown, I might use a gravel texture. Like a crushed rock type texture. I should probably sell the cultivator at this point. I don't use the thing much anymore. Barely touch the thing. Alright, bring this inside here. That cleaned up a little bit. PV animals. Sheep enclosure. Nope, that's not where that's going. If I do that, that's going to make it hard to get to the feed trigger. But I could do a little path through the woods, I guess. That might look good right in there. Take out just a couple of small trees. I can make a little path through the woods for feeding. I kind of like that. And that should be right square like that. That's square. Yeah, we'll place that right there. Why not? Now we got to do a little painting. I want to use that one, that one. I'm going to do that instead. Like that. Gravel that in. Like that. Oh, excuse me. I'll do something like this. And this way. Y that out like that. Back here, I need grass. Like that. Fix this up, because I want it to actually look like it's growing grass in here. Like that. Like that. fix this, because that's not the way it needs to look. Alright, now I'm going to go dirt texture and a 6 wide like this. Right through that tree. No, you know what? Maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to come right through here. Like that. I'll come through like this. Do one of those numbers. Back to the grass. I gotta fix this grass. Like that. Like that. Yes, painted grass. As long as you can see the hairs in it like this, it will grow. This grass here will not actually grow because it doesn't have the little hairs in it. So when you look at the grass textures, there's all kinds of them. The way I always remember it is if I'm coming and I'm scrolling, I'm tabbing through the colors, the very first grass right here, it's got the hair in it, the little actual grass in it, it will grow grass. This next one, that won't actually grow grass. I think it will, Team Miller. This one here won't grow grass. Nor will that one. That one. That one. That one. See, none of those are going to actually grow grass on them. The only one that will is that one there. Alright, there should be... Oh, where is that texture? Right there. Like this. Like this. I'll take it. That looks alright. Got a couple trees I've got to get rid of. Not a big deal. I can take care of those next time I get back over here with a truck and a... the... who's and what's it? I usually like to stick this over here. Put this here. Yeah, something like that. That'll work. Alright, now I know I need a few extra sheds. That's a nice big open shed. Kind of like that. Oh, without the walls. I kind of like that one. I thought so, but it never stuck around a spot. I painted to watch for it to grow. Yeah, the biggest thing to keep in mind is look for it to actually have the grass texture in it. Or the, to look like it's already got the first stage of growth, if that makes sense. Otherwise, it'll look like grass, but it won't actually grow anything. Do I want to put in one of these machine sheds? I could put one of these in over here. Tuck that back like that. Put a few things in over here. That'll work. Let's see. I want another big barn. You like that lizard shed without the walls? Yeah, I kind of like that one too. I'm just trying to see... Oh. No, those are really skinny doors. Yeah, those doors are really skinny. This is kind of a nice shed. This would be a good one to put the combine in, given its header size. This would be great for trailers. You can pull the trailers right in and then leave them. Maybe what I'm going to do is I'll add this warehouse. I can stick this warehouse over here. Yeah. That spot will work right there. And then come back this way. Grab this lizard shed here. And I can put this like this. Yeah, let you pull the trailer. Should be able to pull trailers underneath there. Let's go check. Oh, excuse me. Where did I leave that tractor? Or that truck? That's where I left it. Come along. That shed's suddenly looking very short. I don't want to keep that shed if I'm not going to be able to put anything in it. Let's go grab a trailer and see if it'll fit. It might be tall enough. It's kind of deceptive looking. If I park that like that, I can get to it to wash it. Apparently, it's been a while since I've washed this trailer. Holy cow. I'll give the truck a wash while I'm right here. Might as well. Definitely not a car wash simulator, but... Let's take a look, shall we? Oh, excellent. I'll leave that there. Alright, so if that's going to work, let's get back into painting here. That looks like it's got a concrete floor. We're going to get the gravel texture out. I like the gravel texture. And around the front of this building would be gravel, of course. Okay, that one's got the floor in it. It's actually important to have a little gravel path like that around the edge of your building to keep out mice and stuff. They love to get infesting things. Alright, so we'll do that. This is going to turn over this way. No, that's not that there. Which one's that one again? Oh, it's not that one. Too many textures to choose from. That one. Do that. Right down along there. And back over to somewhere in here. D. Alright. This is going to connect like that. Something like that. This will come out this way. Over to here. This will come up to that. Gonna end up mixing those textures at some point, but I think what I want to do is take the grass, bring it back in like this. Maybe come this way with it a little bit more. Like this. And then I can come over here. This should be, there we go, like that a little bit more. Oh, decoration. Let's have a couple maple trees in here. D. There we go. Yeah, I like it. Couple maple trees in the yard. Alright, let's get back over here. I wish there was a way to blend these textures better. Just to break it up. It'd be nice. There's a better way of blending the textures. Yeah, this way. Nature doesn't have straight lines. So I've been told. Yeah, something like that. Decoration trees again. Hopefully boating. It would be kind of nice to be able to have... yeah, let's go with... We'll go with a big old birch tree or two here. A couple of birch trees. Maybe a big old beech tree. Happy little trees. Yeah, give the farmyard some life. Just kind of wiggle around and blend some textures. And find that other texture. Oh, it's not that one. It's not that one. It would be wet right down by the river, wouldn't it? Hey guys, trying to get a piece of equipment to go a little faster than 12. Changed it in the XML but had no effect. Any suggestions? What kind of piece of equipment is it, Papa? Is it a harvester? Is it a... this one here. Oh, this one. You know, the lizard stump grinder. Alright, give me 1 second to... something like that. Spot up my track here. Alright, let me save this quick and pause it. Save that, pause that. Let's open up PV No Man's. Are you talking about the Trex Papa 55? Or are you talking about a different piece of equipment? I'm assuming you're talking about... Okay, so like the Trex, and I've got this Scorpion King here. So we'll look at both of those real quick. So with the Trex, you're going to want to go into the XML here. Scroll down to where it gives the motorized down here. And you need to change this maximum forward speed to make it go faster when you're just driving it. Keep in mind this is in kilometers per hour. And then, where is that other part? I don't think this one has a specific working speed. It just has its actual base speed. Because like up here where you see max speed, you'll have to change max speed up here in the specs of the stored data, as well as the max forward speed here in the motor configuration. You did both of those and it still won't go more than 12 miles an hour. Interesting. Do I still have that other one in here? Oh, or did I delete it? I think I deleted it. That's okay, because I can go here. Actually, no, here. I believe is where I put it. Open archive. Let's see what these guys did. So this is the one that I've got. The other checks is the same. I used this one at one point. It had a 80 here. Motor configurations. It had 80, the backwards, different gear, torque. Max RPM was higher. They changed the forward ratio and stuff. That wouldn't have any effect. Stump cutter. Suspensions. Design. Power takeoff. Attach joints aren't going to matter. See, because this is a different John Deere Trex that I used at one point, and this one went a lot faster. And the only real changes are the speed up top and the motorized configuration has been changed to allow for a higher RPM, a higher max forward speed. They adjusted the gear ratio for the forward up some, and they added a higher torque scale. So as far as making it go faster, make sure your max forward speeds are up, which you said you've done. You can add some RPM to it. Now, here's the question, Papa 55. When you changed it, did you try adjusting the for example, the on the speedometer, the cruise control setting? Have you tried upping the cruise control setting at all? Because what'll happen is when you make the change in the XML and come back into the game, it might allow it to go faster than it used to, but the cruise control won't update automatically to the new top speed. You'd have to change it on your own. So unless you've driven it around, you wouldn't know if if it goes faster. Sometimes you will have to sell the old one and buy a new one. So I would start there. I would try getting a new one and see if it goes faster than your old one, because some changes like that won't necessarily um, affect the previously purchased one right out of the gate. And then the same thing would happen with the. Let me close all these extra windows I've got open here. Too many extra windows. And then where is, nope, I'm in the wrong folder now. This folder here. Yeah, I would sell it off and try to get another one. Even if you just leased it real quick, just to see if it made the change without saving. Sometimes they don't automatically update with the changes. And then the other one you were trying to look at doing was the God, brain cramp. Wow. Scorpion King. MRF Scorpion King. What did they put that under? What's that one listed as in the XMLs? I don't think I've ever looked at the XML on that thing, to be honest with you. Oh, there it is, Ponzi Scorpion King. Scorpion King MRF, you'd have to change up here the max speed. Let's see. Past all these wheels, and you'll get to lights, blah 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 blah, fill units, don't care, motorized, configurations. You have max forward speeds here that would have to change. That's silly. The higher horsepower one has a slower reverse speed than the lower horsepower one. Huh. That's weird. That's weird. I've never really noticed that on that one before. Alright, let me get out of this. There. Animal pens. Do I want any other animal pens? Oh, wrong animals. Some point I'll probably get the chickens. But I'm going to hold off on the chickens for right now. I don't have the other piece for the goats. Yeah, I don't really have a need for the goats right now. Oh, I'm gonna have to switch out the sheep pasture with the other one from my other map. I have a lot of milk. I have a lot of milk at the moment. clean some equipment, get it put away, I think. Open those up so I can put some equipment in there. I'm hoping this fits in that shed. Oh yeah. Oh, well, maybe not. Help if I was on the right side of the doorway. Fits perfect. Lovely. Lovely. Come over here, grab the cultivator. Get this washed up. How's it going, Gamer Paul? How are you doing today? I'm doing alright. Let me out of the door! Let me out! Only thing I don't like about this shed. It doesn't let me out of the doors. There we go. Park that one right in there. Don't really use the cultivator much anymore, so... I don't want to throw my tractor. Stop it. You had the same problem with the one from Welker's? I haven't used their shed since I played on the Welker farm map. And I only played on the Welker farm map on console. Do they have the workshop trigger hidden in that one too? You know what, I bet you if I back up to this, I'll hook up, and instead of doing it that way, I'll leave you right there like that, and I bet you I can get the other trailer, the back edge of that. It was in an office as well. Yeah, that's kind of a pain in the butt. Not a fan. But I really like the shed. If I can find a different one maintenance-wise that looks good, I might swap it out with a different maintenance shed. That little piece of grass right there is gonna irritate me. Perfect. Go away. Yeah, I'm liking this. Good little setup so far. I'll put the tedder in the shed here. Hey, drive right. I want you in the other bay. I'm gonna leave that right there so I can put the not that I actually use or bother with this mowing setup. But I'm going to stick it in the shed there. Maybe I'll stick it in the back of this one over here. Where's the door open? Oh. Button. Gotcha. Press the button, silly. Put that there. That there. Gotta put the little crop sensor thing away. And this plow. I'll wash them both first, I guess. Be nice and I'll put them away. See, as I said, I do have this plow, but I only use it in the right direction, and only when I'm putting in a new field. I'll use it for the edge of the field. The rest of the time, it just sits there. I don't ever really touch it. So I actually want to put this in behind the tedder, because I don't really use it. I think if I drop it off, get out, and I'll grab the super strength here. Pick it up, put it at the back of the shed. I can actually move this back. I kind of like it. Now, the crop sensor does get used a bit more, so I gotta find a spot for that. I'm going to stick it on the back wall of this shed over here. This is going to go... I think in this shed. I don't lime things very often, but when I do, it's handy to have. Oh, son of a gun. Alright. Let's grab that header and go park this in a different spot. So I should be able to get in the door of that shed with this header. Oh, plenty of room. Like that. I like it. Making progress. I'm liking it. Getting all fancy with things. Alright, you're off to bed. Catch you later in X-Man stream. Alright, T Miller, you have yourself a good night, and we will catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. I need explosives. I should have some in here. I do. Gimme. Gimme, gimme. I got all kinds of explosives. Look at that. Look at all the goodies. I had to go scout and see if I'm gonna have to blow anything up to place that Aldi's. I think I might. I think there's a rock or two in my way. Oh, I messed up. I messed up with my painting. I blame Aldi's. It's that fault. It's the fault of Aldi's. That's better. I originally placed it down, and when I did, it made a big mess of everything, and I had to get rid of it. So if I bring that straight back through here a little ways, I don't think there's anything I've got to blow up until way over there. I think there's a spot. There's some ore rocks in the distance, but nothing I have to blow up right away. Perfect. These can be used on my grass field. Whoa! Not what I wanted to do. Driving all crazy like. I'm a madman. Over the river. Doing donuts with dynamite. Hey! You know, at least it's not old dynamite. But why not? I'll take that chance. Let's go. I don't know if I've got enough dynamite for all of this field, but I can get started. Let's see, I'd need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Somewhere over here there should be a thing. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I might actually have enough to clear this field. There's a wooden building around here somewhere, I thought. Where is it? You need my save game. You need my save game. Why is that? I know there's a wooden building in the edge of this field. There it is. It's going crazy. Drop them on there like that. Then I can pick this up. I'll do something with that diesel can somewhere. Why are you not giving me the dynamite? Now will you give me the dynamite? Thank you. Go boom. Change the speed on the speedometer on the bottom of the screen, but had no effect on the speed of the vehicle. So it still won't go above the 12 miles an hour, but the speed on the speedometer went faster. Or went higher. Huh. That is strange. So... oh, Trex got an update today for 3D Trex. That's nice. Kaboom. So you've got it to go 16 now? Will it actually drive at 16, or does it just say 16 on the speedometer? For the cruise control spot. redstone. Turn it on. So it'll actually go to 16 now? Nice. The cruise will be set at 49 now, but it'll only do 16. What you're going to have to do then, Papa, is you're going to have to increase the torque. Let that blow up. Nothing special there. So, what's going to happen now, and this is where things get a little bit more involved. Alright, motorized vehicles. Alright, so now what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to change this motor torque scale up to give you more power to get up towards the 49 miles an hour. And you may have to add forward gears. As well as you might need to bump this to like 3,000. Make this maybe like a 4.58. And I would bump this to like maybe 180. And a combination of those will allow you to get beyond the 16 miles an hour up towards that maximum of 49. How's it going, JD fan? Alright. I thought I turned you on to loading. There we go. There we go. Note to self and others. Do not try to blow up more than one rock at a time. It can cause issues with your counter. I found that out the hard way. Really? That was strange. That was really strange. I got 2 explosion sounds. Some areas like ore, if you do more than one, it won't spawn out all the items. Yeah, if you try to do too many at a time, it will cause issues. Now I know you can do the opposite, but can you take a course, play course, and put it into? I am not the person to ask that one, JD. I didn't even know you could take an auto drive course and put it into course play or whatever it is. See, that's been happening to me a lot though. Is I'll blow something up and then after a time it will make the effect and make the sound effect again and give me an extra rock. Which is odd in and of itself. I think I'm going to leave this diesel can here for all of my equipment over there. At least until I get a chance to place a diesel storage and get it filled up. That's something I could do. Production factories. Shell fuel. I wonder, do I have room to fit this over here in the corner? No, you're not going to fit there. I don't want to make you a drive-through because that's going to look silly. Maybe I'll tuck it in over here. I'll take out some of these trees and tuck this in right over here. That's a good spot for it. You're getting a fifth stone often. Yeah. I've had that happen quite a bit. The explosions don't count, and I think what triggered it for me, and the reason why I get what I'd say is an unusually high amount of those. Uh, in my case, when I was clearing plot 32 from my farm, there's a whole bunch of ore in the middle of the field or the middle of the plot, and I blew them up 3 at a time. And in the process of blowing them all up, I think by trying to do more than one at a time, it caused a big conflict because there's a whole pile of them right here. But yes, the scripting can have something to do with it as well. If you've got a really fast PC, it can cause it to almost like it runs too quickly. Like it finishes part of the script before it should. Thankfully, there's like 600 rocks, so eventually I'll have enough that it's not going to matter. Playing in singles. Yeah, it does. If you've got it running too quickly, then the script won't, it'll run too fast and it will cause it to hitch. If that makes sense. No, I don't want to pick up the trailer. I want a piece of dynamite. Gimme. Hey. Gimme. Listen here, you. Give me the piece of dynamite. No, go in the rock. Thank you. See, what's safer than doing donuts with a trailer full of dynamite? Throwing dynamite at your truck with a big diesel barrel in the back of it. That's what all the cool kids are doing. Blow up another rock. Give me the explosives, please. Thank you. Where'd that go? Oh. Threw the explosive, didn't know where it went. Nothing special yet. Hey, what are you doing? Get in the trailer. World's Strongest Man contest. And this one here. Like so. Put it in and blow it up. Put it in and blow it up. Yeah. Hey, hey. Stop it. Behave. Stupid truck. Da. Come on. About time. Dee. Or is there no... Did I put them in already? I guess I did. I don't know. I'm gonna go for about another... Probably another 20 minutes or so. Then I'm gonna have to look for somebody to raid. So I can go get my child. And run some errands. Ah! Well then. Gotcha. Well, I done did mess that one up. I done did goof that one up. It was bound to happen eventually. Twas bound to happen to me eventually. Blow it up while I'm standing on the trigger. Yep. That's why I usually like throw it at it and back up real quick. So that it doesn't have a chance to do that. Aha. There that goes. I wonder how many rocks I can pile onto this trailer before they start falling out all over the place. That'll work like that. Hey. As long as you strap them, they won't go anywhere. Owie. Almost did it again. No, you stay in the trailer, please. That's all I want you to do. Just stay in the trailer. Don't fall out. I'm stacking things. Be nice. I don't know if I'm going to have enough space in this trailer for all the rocks. Motive needed a repair. What happens is if the process runs too quickly, it will not register the stone dropping into the counter. That's why you'll also notice I get a lot of the extra stones from the explosion. I'll get a 5th stone. It's because it's running the script through before the end of the script would complete because of the order it does things with the spawning of the stones. At least that's how Dave explained it to me. Come on. Where do you go? There, like that. Nobody saw that. None of you saw that. I'm gonna run out of room for rocks in this trailer. Maybe I can put a couple in the bed of the truck. Stick a couple in there. Yeah, like sardines. Not that I'm aware of, Jaskar. And one thing I did notice with mine is I had a bunch of explosions that weren't counting. And then all of a sudden, like, I blew up one rock and got like 4 explosions on my counter. So there are points that they will kind of catch themselves up, if that makes sense. And there's also more than twice as many explosions as you need to unlock all of the doors. That's one of the reasons Dave put so many in versus how many you need for the rewards. That all of them? That's all of them. Because he didn't want there to be a case where they wouldn't count, and then you'd end up not getting your rewards out of it. Where is it? There it is. Because I think he said it's like 300 rocks to unlock the last wall, and there are more than 600 rocks. I know at this point I've blown up probably 50-something objects. Maybe a little bit more. Shall we watch it fall through the trigger for the counting? Because this up there that you see, that's actually what's doing the counting. See how it fell through like that? That's how it actually counts for the explosion counter. But if the script runs too quickly, the script completes before that object falls through, or that object falls through too quickly before the script completes. It's one or the other. I don't remember exactly how Dave explained it. But that's why it won't count some of the explosions. That should be all tucked in right there. Let's make sure I've got everything. Oh, I just heard another explosion go off, which tells me there's a rock sitting somewhere now. No, everything looks good. Let's make the slow trip back to my yard, get rid of all these stones. I will leave this diesel can here. Come on! No, give me the diesel can, please. Where did you go? You stay there. You enjoyed the mining and the explosions on PV County? Nice. Ah! Drink just dripped all over me. Jeez, that guy doesn't know how to park at all. Get into the parking space, guy. Lol. 43! I counted a few of those explosions at least. And look at this dude in the red. Can't even get in the parking spot right. Jeez. My wife can park better than that. She didn't hear me, so I won't get smacked. I tend to give her too much of a hard time about her parking most days. Nice. Well, she's working and she's got her headphones on, so she can't hear me that well unless I talk really loud. There, now maybe it'll be nice and I'll be able to drop the rest of these in the trigger the right way. Haha! I got lucky. Sometimes it doesn't like me trying to do that. Nah. Isn't that fanciness? How's the old fuel production going? I have to top these off soon. Yep, I have to top them off soon. I should check on my board production too. I should check on my production of boards. Okay, so I've got more than 10,000 liters there. Perfect. I've got the resin I need. Perfect. Do I have 10,000 liters of planks? I do indeed. I can go get my glue factory started soon. Nice. Nice. I like it. Yeah, I didn't think of where I'm going to park this. Pull it into the wash bay, get a few vehicles washed quick. This tractor's dirty. Park that right there. Alright, let's see, where can I put this big old cedar? Because I don't think it's going to fit lengthwise in that other shed over there. Will it fit lengthwise in this shed, I wonder? Not going to fit in at all if I run it into a post. Oh, come on, really? Like 2 feet. Ooh, I might be able to get it in right next to the harvester. Okay, maybe these trees weren't such a great idea. I'll take it. I've got room for at least one more combine in here. That takes up, what, 3 squares? 1, 2, 3 squares. Yeah, I can fit a whole nother combine in here. Oh, that's cool. They flicker on. That's kind of neat. That's neat. I like it. What about the lights out front here? That's the shutters. The skylight, yeah. That's cool. I like it. Guessing the lights on the front of the building are probably automatic lights. That's neat. I like that shed. I like that shed. Made a little bit of progress today. Not too bad. Nope, door doesn't open. Door doesn't open. That's what I forgot to do. Where is it? There we go. Leave this one here. Take these out of here quick. Do that there for the next time I run to the bank. If I'm gonna get off, if I'm gonna log off, I gotta put my truck away. Gotta put the truck away. There. I like it. What's that on there? Huh. Farmer's Almanacs. Details. Really fuzzy mirror. Is that Erlengrat in the background of that? Or is that Felsbrunn? Wheaties. Go away. Sorry, I haven't actually explored the house yet. for a swim in my little pond. Have you noticed when using the small auto-load trailer with the rocks, try to load them, they can go through the floor of it? When I load them into the rock crusher, Papa, I actually just put them right in here. If you unload that small trailer and just unload it onto the floor right here, they'll go into the trigger just fine. I don't bother trying to unload onto the conveyor belt part. If that makes sense. Alright, let's see. Yep. I thank you, Jaskar. Thank you very much. Let's see, who's in farmland? Wonder. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go raid over to Steel Crafter. He looks like he is still playing some Farm Sim. Where is my raid function? There it is. Steel Crafter. So I thank you all for coming and hanging out with me. I know I've been away for a while. Oh, hey, Wheels. You pop in just as I'm leaving. You popped in just as I was leaving. Hopefully I'll start streaming again a little bit more frequently. It's all going to depend on my health. So, thank you, Omaki and Sally, for those follows. Of course, Fummins, thank you for the resub earlier. And we're going to go say hi to Steel Crafter. He's been apparently doing some really snazzy stuff as well. Ron FS Junkie, thank you for the 100 bits. I do appreciate that. And we will see you all later. You're welcome, Amaki.